Ah, shit, I forgot my game face. Sorry, this will take a moment. Oh.
My time is precious.
Hey, what's up, nerds and furs? It's the 14th of August, 2026, and we're still in full swing of the Festival of the Four Winds in Guild Wars 2. I'll be switching off to Palworld in about 3 hours, maybe. So, yeah, stick around if you want to see that. But for the most part, I'm going to be doing dailies here. Hold on. Any special weekly things? Bundle Plunder and complete the annual Four Winds custom achievement. Okay, we need to work towards that achievement because we get astral acclaim points for that. Aspect Gather, Master Aspect Gather. I just need to get those two. But let's see. Four Winds Customs, Four Winds Scale.
Didn't see you there.
Okay, I just need one more for the annual Four Winds Customs achievement.
My time is precious.
Hey, Frost, good to see you, dude. How are you doing? I saw your Lucario model, and it was awesome. Yeah, it wasn't just the Lucario either, it was the Riolu. And it was actually pretty, it wasn't that hard for me to set up. The one thing that I didn't like was with the Riolu model, because not all of it is solid snap parts of the kit. Some of it are stickers, and for the back of Riolu's ears, that's not a snap-in part. That's a sticker that you have to cover it with. So if you look at it really closely, it kind of looks a little tacky, but the Lucario one is really awesome. I love how it looks and how it articulates. So yeah, I got that yesterday when I was out with my my siblings. We went to the mall and did some hanging out. Hey, G-dubs. Who else we got? We got Lobo, we got Narton. Alright, so let's start by opening my inventory. We're going to go to the Festival of the Four Winds in the Labyrinthine Cliffs. Yeah, the one that's closest to us is it's not the greatest mall. It does have a theater, which I don't really care for.
I'm not sure about this.
But the one that we went to is like a few miles away to drive. It's a bit of a drive. It's not that far.
My time is precious.
Ooh, fishing tournament.
Highest quality goods. You need my help.
Yes. Fine. In exchange for the thing you want, I want the exact amount of money to buy.
Yeah, Kiba and I were actually talking about what it takes to actually have a good mall experience or a good mall setup. And like the reason a lot of malls are failing is, yeah, very much partly to do with the fact that people prefer the convenience of having what they want delivered to them. But you want variety. You want something specialty that you can't get really from store delivery, like through Amazon or whatever. But you also need to have like the right setup, because people aren't going to stick around at like a mall if like the setup is bullshit. If you have to like walk to like all the way across the store just for the one thing that you want. So what a lot of malls will do is insidious shop and food court placement, so that they mix and match just enough so that you spend more time in an area than you actually mean to. Like the one mall that's closest to us, the one that's not doing as well, it doesn't have a food court. It has food establishments, but they're mostly like, you know, big sit-in restaurants, like, you know, your Red Robins and your Dave and Buster's, and there's like a ramen shop and everything, but there's no actual cheap, you know, food court for people to just kind of congregate and, you know, buy cheap food, you know, while they're, you know, going through their purchases or their plans. And you want something like that because you need customers to basically sit down, you know, and wonder how much time they're going to spend, and give them the opportunity to look outward into the mall and see what's going on, while also getting, you know, blasted by mall advertisements saying, you know, when something's going on or if there's a sale or a special, you know, that you don't want to miss out on. You know, so the mall that we went to basically has that smart, you know, marketing that the other one that's closest to us does not. Mine has a Chick-fil-A, a Taco Bell, and some kind of vegan salad burger place. I mean, I don't care for Chick-fil-A. I'm not going to bring up the reason why, because it's not something I, you know, like talking about on the stream. But Chick-fil-A is popular enough that that's a good choice. Taco Bell is a decent choice, but it's more like a midnight snack kind of thing, or a late night snack kind of thing. You need more places, you know, than that. You know, a vegan food court option. I'm sure it'll cater to somebody, but not a lot of people. And you got to mix it in with something else. And see, the thing, and there's a reason why, you know, vegans get stereotyped as like Karens that just get in everybody's face. somebody is going to raise complaint, you know, saying, "Oh my God, why do I smell meat near my vegan eating establishment?" You know, can't please everybody. I'm not going to say that every vegan is like that. I would even go so far as to say that most vegans are not like that. But man, when they are a handful, and nobody wants to deal with that shit. Oh, that reminds me. I saw a video on YouTube about basically somebody, you know, criticizing one of those anti-food nutritionists, you know, where their idea is, look, you know, there's nothing really good or bad in terms of food, you know, everything in moderation. So this asshole is basically criticizing one of those content creators, you know, saying, this guy says, you know, that, you know, you can eat anything as long as it's in moderation, you'll be fine. And then he goes over the things that he eats, and it's all raw food and, you know, nuts and shit like that. I'm like, you know, this is like a classic example of somebody who is so miserable that he does not have flavor in his life that he has to make videos about it to justify that he's doing it. Chick-fil-A is kind of expensive. Taco Bell is just bad for several reasons. Depends on the Taco Bell that you go to. If you go to a good Taco Bell, you know, you're set. But that's kind of the trick. You're kind of taking a crapshoot. You're kind of taking a risk. I would say that you have a 75% chance. Oh, a tribute to Irene. That's so sweet.
Aspects bless, sister.
Aspects bless. Have you had time?
You have a 75% chance of going to any random Taco Bell and it'll be good, but that 25% chance is why it has a reputation.
No, it's not. It's just have to try top.
How can I help you? The new trade agreement's up for renegotiation. The council thinks we can go from 12 to 8%.
I think you're getting robbed either way. I'd go for
There's this thing going on in my area, avoid Taco Bell and the lettuces that they get. I'm in California. They check that shit.
A good idea.
Yeah, well.
That said, I haven't eaten Taco Bell either because I don't want to take the risk. I doubt, you know, the Taco Bells here are going to be, you know, detrimental to my health, but I just haven't felt like it either, so. Waited at a Taco Bell for 1 hour? Shit. That's bad. That's bad. That also is not the standard Taco Bell experience I've had. Now, if you waited an hour at In-N-Out Burger, that would be one thing, because the lines get so long. But it's a popular burger chain for a reason, so people are willing to wait in line like 20 to 30 minutes. It's usually not that long. It's usually about 15 minutes for a very, very long line. Honestly, mad props to the people who work there, because they get swamped with orders. Well, then I'm about to take a risk because I got a burger from Booyah and it has lettuce and tomatoes. Mmm. I went to a McDonald's that was attached to a gas station that runs right down the road that we use sometimes. Took us 30 minutes to get our food, and the reason for it was just, you know, the manager was a shit manager. Like, we were telling him what the orders were, and he was still getting them wrong. It's like, what was your order? Yeah, we got like 2 20 pieces and, you know, 2 large fries. Okay, a Big Mac and a... No, fucking listen, you idiot. Come on.
Buying something?
I mean, I am usually nice to food service, you know, workers. Managers, I have a little less tolerance for. A lot of people become managers in fast food because they're able to handle the job. And when they show that they can't, you know, I have less patience. Kukachu the Infallible. This guy's trying to... Little guy was trying to be the next Joko. Sorry, I had to get a drink. Ooh, scrape that rock. That's gonna shave off a few seconds. Okay, I'm registered. Go ahead and eat some whitefish so I'm not, Oh, no, nope. Yeah, there we go, my speedboat. Oh, come on.
Hey, got like an old pro! Catch a few more, and you'll be half as good as me.
Okay, next spot over here. This episode of the Sentinel Wolf stream is fast food woes. What do you think? What do you guys think is universally considered like the worst fast food place to order from? Simply because of how much or how likely they are to screw up an order. What do you think would be? What do you think would qualify? Because as much as people harp on McDonald's, I don't think it's McDonald's. In my area, McDonald's. Yeah, that's fair, I suppose. I suppose it depends on like the area, because certain regional managers might have certain standard hiring practices that just go against like the norm, and so they have like a consistent theme of shit employees that can't do their job right. Jesus, dude, come on. Ah, fuck, I missed out on that fish.
Hey, got like an old pro!
Oh, why, yes, I will take this one. Wendy's has always been kind of a, it's been a win for me, Wendy's, but the closest one has like a really big problem with their fries. They just don't taste good. I don't know what it is, but Wendy's fries just, they're not great. Vagabond Al Thor. I love that name. It's silly. Also, what the hell happened? Thank you, Axeman, for the 74 months of Prime. Damn, dude. Hey, Don. Good to see you, dude. Yeah, I'm not gonna catch a fish in like 5 seconds.
And time's up! Whew, thanks for coming out. You all gave a fine effort, and that's nothing to sneeze at.
Yep, we're talking about fast food chains. Well, specifically, the ones that have consistently let us down.
How are your endeavors progressing?
Most people here are saying McDonald's, but I've never really had that many issues with McDonald's except for one. Most others have been fine. I'll tell you one that has been a failure for me. Del friggin' Taco. I asked for a handful of ketchup, they give me 2. Who is serving you, a child? I'm pretty sure that goes against most states' child labor laws. The ice cream machine is always broken. Always assume that it's broken.
How may I assist you?
What?
No refunds.
More people should learn to bargain. Fresh bait! Need something?
See the
Goodbye.
color of your coin.
May Alyssa aid you.
You've got gold, right?
I can only.
I'm not sure about
That's
this.
lousy.
Goodbye.
Please, can I have some more?
There is no
Or-
profit in the eternal alchemy.
No free samples.
20 blacksmiths over 20 months hammered these blades.
What do you need? At your service.
No refunds.
I greet you like the sun greets the morning. Finest craftsmanship here.
Looking for a challenge? Try and reach the top of the bazaar before time runs out.
My honor.
Seize the moment.
So, what brings you here? Alyssa Aid.
I have everything you need.
The answers lie hidden around you.
Let's see the color of your coin. You'll find everything you need here.
Okay, I am in the starting area.
Excelsior.
My word is my honor.
I carry only the highest quality goods.
See, on sale. Find something.
Mother says the Sylvari were the ones who destroyed our sanctum and fought for the Elder Dragons.
Did rocks explain anything about the nature of haggling?
Mother says
She
we
mentioned
control
it.
our own destiny.
Seemed like a lot of work. I just told them what I thought it was worth, and they didn't argue.
Right. It's possible,
We
sister.
don't know people that much.
Ah, son of a bitch!
Can I help you?
You know what? I'm out.
Last shoe repair.
Years?
Yet you never thought to bring any here with you?
Of course not. Why buy a skimmer when you can sail over the seas in a Zephyrite airship?
You know what? I'm gonna focus on the pursuit of other achievements.
Hey, come talk to me.
Strong.
I told you to secure those gates and get rid of the worms.
I did. It's not my fault the cows broke down the gates.
I don't care whose fault it is. Get my cows back here, or I'll rip your claws out.
Ooh, declawing a char. It's the most grievous thing you could do to a char.
What do you want? Let me guess. Trouble. You have a question?
I like that char admits that yes, he does have a human name. I don't want to talk about it. Moving on.
Rely on iron, not false gods. Not gods. Let me guess. Trouble.
Man, nuts to this.
I need some help!
Rely on iron, not false gods.
Hey, get yourself some rest if you're sleepy, dude. So, Don, it is possible that he was adopted, but it could also be possible that his sire named him after a human that he actually respected. It happens from time to time where HR will have a connection with a human. Or at least enormous respect.
Yeah.
Man, I didn't even participate in the event that I just got credit for. That happens sometimes if you're close enough to one, but you don't actually do anything. Boop!
Secure the armory at all costs. Drive them back.
Get ready, soldiers. They always come in waves. No matter what, don't drop your guard.
I long for the day when I can fight an enemy that doesn't cheat.
Gonna be waiting a long time.
we're not of them. Now to extinguish their fire.
Probably one of this. Oh, hold on. Probably one of the saddest things about the Flame Legion was that there were a lot of Flame Legion who did want to be a part of the larger Char War effort, but they didn't believe that they could actually win against, that they could actually reclaim Ascalon. That it was basically a foregone conclusion that, you know, they were basically doomed to fail unless they, you know, committed to finding a god. To the point where, you know, their solution wasn't to worship another god, but to make a god for the Char, which they actually almost succeeded in doing.
Stay out. This junk is too good for you.
I think the thing that kept a lot of Flame Legion from rejoining the Char Legions and basically having like their own civil war for a few years was because of Gaharan Balefire. Basically, he wanted to be. I mean, he was the one that aimed to become the Char God, but he was so dead set on old Char traditions, like religion, emphasis on magic, and the discrimination of females in their society, that he just became like incredibly unpopular. And even the Flame Legion Char, who were more progressive than him, wanted to keep silent because he had so many supporters. He was just that powerful, unfortunately. So it was basically dangerous for them to argue the point.
Rise, my minions, and foul the waters of this lake. Show them the power of Balefire.
Look at this dickhead. This was like a clean lake like 5 seconds ago.
Legionnaire, did you see those Flame Legion down there corrupting Lake Veritas? There's tar everywhere.
We've also got elementals emerging from the tar.
I hesitate to call this a lake.
Terrific. More zealots spoiling the lake. Bane, go find us some assistance. You two, follow me.
It's more like a large puddle.
Urge to kill rising.
Okay, I've done my part here. I can move on to the next reputation heart. Man, I've been going over a bunch of old death battles, and I mean, I love death battle, especially the animations, but hey, what's up, Solid? Good to see you, dude. Man, it's just as I was talking about death battle. Oh shoot, there's a basket. Give me that basket. I need that basket. There we go. Yeah, don't worry, you're not late. Well, I mean, not really. Haven't really been doing all that much. Just been talking. We were talking about fast food, you know, fast food chains that we're, you know, that we have had issues with in the past. I was about to bring up Death Battle, though. Like, there's a bunch that I agree with and disagree with. And as much as I love Death Battle, I'm, you know, more than open to, like, discussing and acknowledging when they have, when they've actually failed. Like, Link versus Cloud, for example, is one that I disagree with conclusion. I feel like Link would absolutely defeat Cloud. And I think they made, like, some huge mistakes when it came to scaling. So, but I will also give them credit in that they dropped one of the reasons that they initially, in the first version of Link vs. Cloud, determined that Link would have defeated Cloud. They dropped the reason basically because it didn't align with canon, so, or with the lore at least. Nah, it's okay. I understand. You know, you just want it to turn out good. Like, there's a couple of picks that I've commissioned for my Asura KJX that I still love, but there are like minor issues where it's like, you know, if I'd been paying attention, I would have asked for this to be changed, but since it's kind of set in stone, I don't want to bother anybody.
Trying to show her out.
Okay, so in the first version of Link vs. Cloud, which I agreed with, they argued that the Master Sword, the Sword of Evil's Bane, would have done extra damage to Cloud because Cloud was infused with Genova cells. And since Genova is an evil entity, it would by extension, Cloud would, you know, take that damage. But that doesn't really track, because Link has been corrupted several times in the past by evil influences, and he's still able to handle the Master Sword without taking any damage. At the same time, if someone were to argue that Link using the Master Sword on Cloud would deplete or cleanse his body, purge Cloud of the Genova cells, that doesn't make sense either, because Link possessing the Master Sword hasn't actually cleansed him of any curses either. Like, for example, beginning of Tears of the Kingdom, Link ends up getting corrupted by a resurrected Ganon. And his life force is basically suppressed. And he has to have that cleansed. But that doesn't matter because, you know, he can still get the Master Sword back, and it won't, like, he can still wield it. So even though I agreed with the conclusion in the first version of Link vs. Cloud, that little fact, that they added, you know, the idea that the Master Sword would purge Genova cells, I disagreed with. Thankfully, in the rematch, they dropped that idea, so it wouldn't work on Cloud in that way. It would function as a normal sword, or a powerful sword, but it wouldn't do anything special in the same way that Link attacking Ganon would. Now, if it were Link using the Master Sword on Jenova directly, that would be one thing, but it's not. Because Cloud is fundamentally a good person who just happens to be infused Jenova cells. His body and his will are still his own. So as long as Cloud's intention is not evil, the Master Sword will not affect him. Not the way that it would Jenova. That said, though, that death battle was still bullshit because, and I disagree with the conclusion that Cloud would beat Link after everything was said and done, because one of the core things that they used to argue that Cloud would be victorious over Link was speed scaling.
Hey, come talk to me.
And the speed scaling they used was Link was able to fight against Bahamut Sin. Okay? And basically, basically fight, against Bahamut Sin. Okay, which is impressive, don't get me wrong. But they go so far as to say that that Cloud would be massively faster than the speed of light because of that. And the reason they calculated that, they made two very bullshit mistakes. I'm still surprised that they actually, did this. The first mistake was assuming that, number one,
Lousy flying
hold on.
hags don't know when to quit. That's fine.
No, I can avoid that one. Okay, so the way that they scaled it was that Bahamut Sin was able to travel from Gaia to another planet in an estimated 12 seconds, right? And they said that Gaia is basically a stand-in for Earth, and the planet that it traveled to looked like it was Neptune. So, in order to get from Earth to Neptune in 12 seconds, as they calculated, you would need to be moving at like 1,200 or 1,800 times the speed of light, right? Okay, here's the problem with that. Number one, well, there's three problems with that. Number one, it assumes, hold on, why is my pathing there it is, okay. Number one, it assumes that there is no transitional cut in the scene to actually show the travel time. So you don't know for a fact whether Bahamut Sin is moving, or whether it takes 12 seconds for him to get to Gaia to the Neptune-like planet, okay? That's the first issue. The second issue is assuming that the planet that it was traveling to is actually Neptune. It's not, and Gaia is not Earth either. It's already been established in lore that the solar system that Gaia, the setting for Final Fantasy VII, is in, is not the human real world human solar system. So it has no approximations to Mars or Jupiter or Neptune. It is a completely different solar system. So it could be possible, even probable, that the distance between those two planets could be less than the distance between Earth and Neptune, especially since Gaia seems to be comparatively smaller than Earth. Okay, so that's the second issue, is them assuming that incorrectly assuming that the planet Gaia is actually Earth, and that the planet that Bahamut Sin traveled to was Neptune. Okay, give me just 1 second. Okay. Remember to salute statue at So that was the second problem, and the third problem, probably the biggest problem, is in assuming that travel speed is combat speed, or that combat speed directly translates into battle speed. It doesn't. So think of it this way: Bahamut Sin is a powerful creature. Okay, if it goes barreling from one planet to another to do an attack that's going to obliterate a portion of Gaia with its power, it's going to do it at full speed. It's not going to give a shit about anything in its way. Okay, think of Bahamut Sin as like a motorcyclist on the road who is not going to give a shit about the insects that hit his helmet visor. Okay, it's the same thing. He doesn't care. He's gonna book it. He's gonna get there as fast as possible, and he's not gonna deviate. He's not gonna make hairpin turns, to avoid meteors or asteroids or space dust or anything like that. He's just going to travel full sprint to where he needs to be. Okay. You can argue how fast that takes. It's probably not going to be, 18,000 or 1,800. Times the speed of light or whatever their calculation was. Okay, fine, you can say that if you want to. But even if it was, that travel speed does not directly translate into combat speed. People drive things that are faster than them all the time without being able to react, at the same speeds.
You look like you can help me. There are Ghostbusters out here, and I need helpers.
I'm not gonna do his quest. Okay, but when Bahamut is actually fighting somebody, like say Cloud, he's not moving at 1,200 or 1,800 times the speed of light. He's just not. Okay. He's moving at He's moving at exceptionally fast speeds, sure. But nothing that suggests that, it's speed of light or anything like that.
There's one to remember me by. I swear, you never. How dare you?
And if you ever need any evidence that Cloud is not massively faster than the speed of light, I only need to say one name: Aerith Gainsborough. Because a lot of people seem to forget the fact that if Cloud were capable of faster than light speed and reactions, a certain local florist who happens to act as the party's healer would not have been impaled by a genocidal alien monster hybrid clone with great hair. The fact that he did nothing when Sephiroth killed Aerith, that's proof enough that Cloud is not capable of those speeds. I think I remember, hearing it, described that he would have seen Sephiroth falling at mundane speeds. It would seem to him like he was as still as a statue. He'd be able to rescue Aerith, move her out of the way, build a brick wall, make a sandwich and eat it before the Sephiroth even landed.
Interesting.
So anyways, having that as like the reason, they assume that he would win versus Link, and then basically forgetting that fact, that just says it all. As much as I love Death Battle, they get it wrong sometimes. Okay, so we're back to here. Yeah. Sorry if I'm going on and on. I need to engage somehow, and you know, just spending the day just kind of looking up old death battles. It's kind of made me happy. Most of their conclusions I do agree with, even some of their most controversial decisions. Sometimes I also think they just like pitting opponents for shits and giggles. Absolutely. I mean, that's no secret. You know, sometimes it's for, I mean, because the audience at one point was largely the deciding factor for who death battles were constructed around. Vader versus Doom is kind of a tricky one, especially when you consider the level of beings that Doom has fought. I think that it could have gone either way, but it should have been far closer than the animation suggested. That's actually kind of a problem. Which, I mean, to Death Battle's credit, it's usually not.
Armored up.
It's usually not the fault of the analysis. It's usually the fault of the animator that, you know, will get it wrong. Well, not even usually. You know, it's sometimes, you know, the fault of the animator that, you know, gets things wrong and, you know, doesn't take certain details into account.
Do you have a question?
Here you go.
I think this is everything. But if you... Thank you for your help. The Priory is under debt. Like, one example of a death battle that I actually agree with, that most people hated and disagreed with, was Green Lantern versus Bent. Mickey versus Yoda is a huge one. Yeah, I will absolutely talk about that one, but as much as I disagree with it, Doom was such an OP opponent for Vader. I don't know if he was that OP, but at the same time, I think that there could have been better opponents for Doom to fight that did not have to be Vader. Okay, so really quickly, I will touch on Ben 10 versus Green Lantern, why I think, you know, Green Lantern, you know, why I figure that Green Lantern would actually win. And it has nothing to do with the animation, because I'm going to say this right now, even I agree that the animation's depiction of how it could happen is still bullshit. I thought it was accurate for Green Lantern versus Ben. The conclusion was absolutely accurate, yes, you know, but the contention that most people have that I actually agree with is the animation's depiction of how it would go down. And the problem with that depiction is that it's dependent on Green Lantern severing the connection between Ben and the Omnitrix. Basically saying that the way that it would happen is that Green Lantern would basically just slice off Ben's arm and, you know, render him vulnerable. That's not how it would work, you know. I actually hate Ben 10 as a show. You know, some of the characters are decently written. Some of the characters are actually really well written, but the overall narrative is just gets to me. I stopped watching it after a while. I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna do this. But okay, so the biggest problem is that, yeah, Ben's DNA is basically grafted into the Omnitrix, and it has a defense mechanism that will, you know, prevent the Omnitrix from being
basically detached from him, so you can't even chop off his arm, you know, to get it done. It's just not going to work that way. And he does have a failsafe where when he's on the brink of death, it'll cycle through through all the alien species that could potentially keep him alive long enough to recover and survive. Okay, that's okay, fine, right? But it has been confirmed that you can still kill Ben by basically attacking him in such a way that it vaporizes him on an atomic level, and doing it quickly enough that the Omnitrix can't compensate for it. It has to be faster than a Big Bang. And here's the thing. Green Lantern has shown feats where he has been able to do that, where he's actually, you know, tanked that ability to do so. So for the most part, the analysis is correct about the Green Lantern having the capability to defeat Ben. And it would still be like a hard-won battle, but more often than not, Ben would still fall to Hal Jordan. Hal Jordan is like the best of the best of the Green Lanterns. So. If Kilowog was able to survive and recover after an attempt at universal erasure, Hal Jordan could do that.
Eat my dust.
But the reason most people have issues with the episode is because of the animation depicting it being a matter of just chopping off the arm. Okay, but Yoda versus King Mickey was actual bullshit because of the it has to do with their scaling of King Mickey to Zeus after looking at one particular feat that doesn't seem it is not in any way an example of Zeus's actual power, but just an ability that is an extension of his will, and not actual, physical or magical power.
Strong.
And that is him basically rearranging a constellation. Using that, as a scale for power, and then saying, well, because Zeus wasn't able to stand up against an antagonistic force. I'm sorry, I'm drawing blanks on names. Because Mickey was able to defeat foes that Zeus wasn't able to, Mickey must therefore be powerful enough, more powerful than Zeus, so that a feat like rearranging constellations, is well within Mickey's capabilities. It's like, well, no, Zeus is not actually going out there moving the stars, by hand in physical force. He's basically altering reality to get that shit done. If altering reality was all it took, why wouldn't he use that, against Heartless, I think it was. Is it the Heartless? Sorry, I'm kind of focused on the game, so I might be getting details wrong. Basically, the takeaway is that they made way too many assumptions on Mickey's power by trying to scale him towards something that had nothing to do with power. It's like, okay, I actually have a really good analogy, or a really good comparison. Take Dungeons & Dragons, for example. A wizard can learn the spell Wish at level 17, right? Okay. Wish is basically a reality warping spell, And it comes with DM restrictions. You know, the DM can basically say you can wish for this, you can wish for that, but you can't wish for, you know, X, Y, or Z, right? It depends on what the DM is going to allow at the time.
Needs to destroy those crawl gates, or we'll never drive the ogres out.
But it is basically a reality warping power. So, say for example, if a level 17 wizard got the spell wish and said, I want to make Faerun, the Forgotten Realms, you know, as a whole, a gleaming paradise, you know, in my image, okay? And wish basically allows that to happen. Does that mean that the wizard, you know, is suddenly powerful enough to actually get that done? No. He's just casting a spell so that a higher force, the weave, can do that for him. If a warrior rushes at him with a standard, like, steel sword, that wizard's still gonna eat shit. So it's basically the same thing here. They basically took a feat that had nothing to really do with power and everything to do with the mythology and the lore of a character, and said this is an example of raw power, and we're just gonna scale it to another character, and just assume that he is that much stronger. So that's one of the, I mean, that is like the biggest reason Yoda versus King Mickey was complete bullshit to me. Oh, well, yeah, the fundamental forces. Oh, it was, yeah, you're right, it was, yeah. I mean, the Titans.
Be loyal to your crew.
I mean, the Titans in Hades basically, they got their asses kicked by a dude whose power is basically being strong, and he wasn't even a god. He was just Hercules. Yeah, he was a demigod, yeah. And the thing is that in order to beat them, you didn't even have to be a demigod. Like, Hercules he didn't even have his demigod strength when he beat the Cyclops, which was considered a Titan, even then. All he did was that he just took some rope and he tripped the fucker. And he died.
Embrace simplicity.
So it's not like these forces of nature are actually invincible either. I need to look up more about Greek mythology. Greek mythology is so much fun. It's also very dirty. And weird. I mean, it doesn't get much weirder than I'm gonna turn into a swan and bang a married woman. So yeah, I disagree with King Mickey versus Yoda. Oh, right, I don't have any gathering tools. That's okay. Yeah, that's kind of why it pissed off Hera, because she was the goddess of the earth. Well, goddess of the earth and marriages. And the fact that she could not keep her husband from having affairs, it kind of did her, you know, her sphere of influence dirty.
Wait until I'm done with you.
In a most literal sense.
I'll return with word of our victory.
I'm not sure. I do know that Hera was the goddess of marriages, though. So the fact that she could not keep her husband on a leash kind of made her look incapable. And then you also have to look at the context of the, of Hades. Hades was not actually really a bad guy. He just gets associated with dark things because of, being the god of the underworld. But it's not like he was like evil. He wasn't even Hercules' biggest foe. Hera was. Hera hated, Hades more than Hera hated Hercules more than Hades did. Hades wasn't even particularly grudging against Hercules. He was just upset because Hercules entered the underworld and then left without Hades' leave. That pissed him off because every god is, proud of their sphere of influence. And if you do something that, suggests that they're not in control of it, they get angry. It's like, why did you... Okay, you entered here, and then you left without me saying that you could leave. Do you know how that makes me look, Heracles? It makes me look like I can't do my job.
How reliable.
Stop it.
We found ways to...
Grenades.
Well done.
Hades gets a bad rap, yeah. Absolutely. Don't get me wrong, he was a Greek god, and every Greek god, he had his, he had his vices and, some screwed up things that he did as well. But here's the thing, he did believe in contracts.
Fat floats. They should just insulate the shell with pig fat.
Have you ever smelled rotting pig fat?
I mean,
you'd have a working submarine, but your crew would be...
He was not a happy god. I mean, he basically got the short end of the stick by being, made god of the underworld. But for all his flaws, for being kind of a grumpy a grumpy asshole at times, he was fair and just, and he was a god of his word. He did not make malicious deals, and he made sure that everybody that came into the underworld did get what did get what they need. He was impartial, is the best way to put it. He was not a merciful person, but he wouldn't go any further than what the punishment necessitated. Yeah, the way that you have to look at Hades is not as the devil. He's not analogous to that. He's not going to whisper into your ear and tempt you with with like money or power or sex or immortality or shit like that. That's not Hades at all. You know, he is unforgiving, okay? He will insist that you pay for your crimes, but only that you pay for your crimes, okay? He did believe in the law. He was not a tormentor. He wasn't Jigsaw in like a house of, you know, in a fun house. Okay, he was a prison warden. If what I've been told holds any water, Hades would view your life through your own eyes. He would take context into perspective. Okay, because the law had to fit the punishment had to fit the crime, but the crime itself needed to also be analyzed.
So what's gonna happen when we get down here? What's up with these Decimus stones?
First we establish a forward camp, then we take down the stones.
All you need to know is that the ghosts love those stones, and we're gonna take away their toys.
I think I like the Norse pagan afterlife more. I wanted to get into it, but it was, at the time, it was so confusing to me that it was, you know, it was kind of confusing. Because there's a lot of euphemisms in it.
I get that close,
and there's a lot of,
slashing with my claws. No touching.
You have to do like a lot of analysis as to who is what and represents what. Which I guess is what makes God of War 2018 and Ragnarok so fascinating to people. It's just how different it is and how the interpretation is different, and yet
I need your assistance.
Cleverly fitting in a way. Hope this doesn't come off as offensive, but there was this YouTuber I watched where he makes videos of what if Jesus met whoever. He made one of Jesus meeting Medusa, and she was crying on his lap during it because of what she went through in Greek mythology. Yeah, Medusa went through some really fucked up shit. And she was the word that, like, people, you know, think of Medusa and it's like, oh, evil Gorgon with like the snakes in her hair and she turns you into stone. And they never once consider that Medusa, dangerous as she was a victim. She was a victim of the pettiness of Greek godhood. That is like the most direct way to say it. And what happens to her is just, it's heartbreaking. So, regardless of what my beliefs are, you know, taking, you know, even just the depiction of Jesus Christ, you know, at face value, or at least people's perspective, the general perspective, all of the positive qualities of the depiction of Jesus Christ, I would say that yes, he would almost certainly try to comfort her, you know, and not antagonize her, recognizing her more of a victim, you know, than an actual monster. So Norse mythology is confusing would argue that. From what I've been told from my roommate, who is Norse pagan, looking further into it, there are many halls in Helheim, and those who aren't in a punishment hall can travel to other halls as long as they're back at their assigned hall at the end of the day. Oh, that's kind of cool. I wonder if... I'll talk about that later. That is... Oh, shit. I suppose there might be limitations to that depending on what hall you end up in. Yeah, this is my life, you know, next to a main road. Damn.
An unfamiliar place. Turret built.
I've seen similar videos to that where it's like fictional characters though, like fictional popular characters from video games in particular. One was, and a lot of them have to do with Joshua Graham, the Burned Man from Fallout New Vegas, beating characters and having philosophical debates. So like he'll do, for example, Joshua Graham and Batman, you know, where Joshua may criticize Batman's no-kill policy. You know, and Batman saying that you don't need to go that far. Graham, you know, basically saying, I live in a setting where it's necessary to put the extra effort in. There was one where Joshua Graham met Kratos, which was interesting. And they're like, you know, repeats, you know, where they come back to their discussions and say, and, you know, have like, it changes in their, you know, perspective or philosophy. And like one of the more interesting ones, which I think is actually pretty well written, it's done with AI voices, which is like, you know, I get why you can't actually get, you know, the actual voice actors to do the he's not impressing anybody by doing that. But one of the more interesting ones is Joshua Graham talking with Kreia from Knights of the Old Republic 2, the Sith Lords. And that Kreia, like, initially comes off as condescending, you know, almost looking at Joshua Graham almost like a child and everything. You know, and Graham is basically steadfast. It's like saying, no, I need my faith, you know, to keep me grounded. And, you know, while I may not believe in this force, as, you know, you say, I do use it as a moral framework, you know, as guidance. And, you know, she'll criticize that, you know, then later, you know, Graham will say that, you know, it is necessary, and she'll concede like some points, and they find a common ground, basically. And it makes me think, you know, these are fictional characters actually doing that. Could we have this in real life, please? Where people actually sit down and discuss things honestly, you know, based on perspectives, and yes, even taking feelings into account, you know, but being logical and not, you know,
generous. I think
going
I'll
into
find someone who
hyperbole
wants a lesson in Blood Legion.
or Star Wars or misinterpreting facts or anything like that. 'Cause that might make a lot of things easier in life.
Armored up.
There, you're stronger. Now get out of my sight.
You can call me a woke bitch or something like that, for what I'm about to say, but I think one of the most important human values to have is the ability to concede when you are wrong. That's an aspect of humility, and I think more people need to practice that. And just not enough of them do, fortunately.
Armored up.
I don't think you're always wrong.
Rely on iron.
Too many people refuse to be wrong because they have nothing else, and if they're wrong, what was it all for? For the chance to learn. I wish people understood that if you're wrong about something, that's not it, That's not the end.
Had to say it, didn't
Because after that, comes
The power of Ascalon is unimaginable.
the chance to actually learn. To grow from that.
The weak only strive to be weaker. If you fear defeat, if death is my fate,
Good thing
we
someone else
shall
showed up to help. You two are
return.
worthless. Back to camp.
It's not really directed at anybody. It's just in general. The person who doesn't want to, analyze and, try to figure out if they're wrong. Whether or not they are, but a person who won't even consider, learning from their mistakes is somebody who doesn't like learning. I think that is something that we need to have. We need to be able to, to sit down and say, let me analyze what I believe, okay? And if it's wrong, how do I come to terms with that? How do I make peace with that? So that I can continue to grow and learn as a person. But not have to give up, the things that I feel are important, At no point do you have to say that your feelings are invalid either. You feel what you feel, okay? Trying to figure out why you feel that way. Whether it's based on, a perspective that you've held, dearly for a long time. You just need to be open to it. Alright, Lobo. Thanks for coming to the stream. Have a great night, dude.
Take that!
Ooh, basket up here.
Strong. You can never have too much treasure.
Got a hat. Feels nice to like actually, you know, talk freely. Sorry if I went on like a tangent there. This. Oh shoot. It was right there. Did it just land? Seems like a good way to get quartz crystals.
Swarm them! I think another death battle that I disagree with
was Dio versus Alucard from Vampire Under D. Dio from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. And it has to do with the faster than light scaling that they continue to give, Dio every single time. No, like I said, Will Spoke or such, quite the opposite. Absolutely agree with Alucard, he should have won. I think that... See, the thing that gets to me is that their analysis suggested that, that Dio could move at the speed of light, which it may seem like that, on the face of it, since that, he can stop time, but that's... It all has to do, again, with, bullshit power scaling. I'm not going to say that, power scaling is completely useless, but you have to use it where the context actually matters and where it works. Oh, shoot. Come on. Let me have this thing, you stupid cow. Duh. So the claim that Dio can move faster than light, the claim that he can move faster than light comes from two different areas. The first is that it is the first has to do with the stand Hangman being fought by Polnareff in the Silver Chariot. Okay. Now during that fight, Polnareff, the French character, basically says that he can't see where Hangman is going, but he knows that it's moving between reflective surfaces at the speed of light. Okay. The thing is that he can actually see stands, and he can see the stand to the point where, while the stand is moving, he can actually track which direction it's moving. He actually turns his head, to see where it's moving. If Hangman was actually moving at the speed of light, that would be a speed far beyond Polnareff's ability to actually see. In order to make a baseball, for example, invisible to the human eye, it only needs to be moving at around about 18 to 19,000 miles per hour, and then it just becomes invisible. You can't see it. Your eye is just, it can't see an object moving that fast. Your mind wouldn't be able to process it. And then the other claim is that Joseph Joestar and gosh, I can't remember his name. Oh, Caesar. Caesar and Joseph were able to, quote-unquote, dodge a laser shot by the Redstone of Asia. And they basically look at the panel where the laser explodes against the ground between them. The thing is that it's being held, by one of the characters who's just aiming it at the ground between them. It's not like she was actually going to blow their kneecaps off if they didn't move. She was just demonstrating its power, and the fact that, a laser, a beam of light actually hit through it, and struck the ground between them has nothing to do with them dodging it. They were fine, They just jumped out of the way as a reaction to the explosion happening. The world could only freeze time for 5 seconds. That was the maximum that Jotaro was able to achieve. 5 seconds was his maximum. Dio was able to push it to 10 seconds. And the only reason he was able to do that was because of his vampire physiology. But even then, Dio was frail enough that he lost a leg when he was punched through a jewelry store window
and the shards of glass basically severed his leg. He was that frail, right? And then you go to Vampire Hunt, you go to Alucard, and he's got these guns that fire what 13 millimeter explosive rounds that like blow entire limbs off. Like all you need is to shoot Dio in the head, probably while he's feeding, and he's gone. That's it, you know. But because because Death Battle does like to use that faster than light calculation, which it's not, it's
time to bust some heads.
It kind of keeps them. It's one of those things that it just bothers me. They don't want to admit that, you know, they could be wrong about that calculation, you know. And here's the other thing too. Dio being able to freeze time does not mean that he's moving at the speed of light. He's still moving at relatively mundane speeds in a world that is in stasis. And you can tell that it's not a matter of time stopping and the world freezing and him, you know, becoming infinitely faster. You know, it has... Or wait... It's not a matter of him basically stopping time or moving so fast that he's moving at the speed of light. It is basically a temporary stasis. Because all of the things that are happening still happen. Okay? They're just happening in a form of stasis that he is not subjected to. So the bullets Alucard uses are made from a metal silver cross from the most holiest church around, are soaked in holy water and garlic, so anything Alucard shoots is supposed to get back up, even if they got shot at an area not fatal. The thing, yeah, so vampires in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure are not what you would call demons. It's basically unlocking the full extent of human abilities. Which supposedly turns them into vampires. But it's not what you would call mystical or magical or demonic. It's not what you would call a curse. So anything that, you know, has to do with holiness or the element of light isn't really going to affect... Well, I mean, it's not going to do really anything to a vampire, even if that vampire is Dio. Okay, if it attacks them for like the unholiness and, you know, the evil in their hearts, that would be one thing. Okay, but to my knowledge, I don't think that's how Alucard's bullets worked. I could be wrong though. But the big point though is that even then, Dio is not. Even then, Dio is not immune to like physical damage. The entire point, the entire strategy was for defeating Dio was basically to get in as close as possible and destroy his brain. Okay, if they did that, then that would be it. That was basically their goal. Punch the brain, make sure he doesn't wake up, and then wait until sunrise so they can burn the body off. You know, and so you take that into account with Alucard's firearms and the fact that they just blow people apart. Dio's not walking away from that. Oh, no. Alucard's bullets will work. They're just not going to work because the reason they work isn't going to be because they're consecrated. They're going to work because it's a huge fucking caliber with the effect of blowing people apart. So it's going to work. It's just not going to work because, yeah, exactly. Here's the thing. If Jotaro and Joseph had been smart, they would have like gotten a bunch of like, you know, they could have. No, hold on. His durability is it's still kind of good. But
I think it might be reasonable to assume that it's not so much his durability as it is his regeneration that makes him so durable. So taking that into account, it's possible that if they'd just taken a couple of 38 specials and aimed for the head, so that it breaks through the front of the skull, but doesn't break through the back of the skull, and then just lets the round ricochet through all the soft gray matter, that might be enough to put Dio down, or at least disorient him, and fuck up his senses. Because remember, Jotaro did get like a good clean hit on his head, and caved it in partially. Dio was still alive, and he was still able to recover, but he was fucked. That was like Dio at his most vulnerable and craven. Like, he was basically like a few punches away from actually dying without needing a son. So physical trauma is something that he is still it is still something that he is susceptible to, towards. You want to shoot him in the back of the head. The front is thicker and more likely to cause the bullet to bounce. Hey, Polnareff was smart then, because that's exactly what he... Well, not with a gun, but, he used a Silver Chariot sword. But, yeah, that's how you do it. You get him from behind. You ambush him. Polnareff was so close, too. All he needed to do was just kind of twist and scramble it up a little bit, and Dio would have been gone. Polnareff is a dumbass when it comes to, like, general knowledge. He's a clever and tactical attacker, so, I gotta give him at least that much, so. But yeah, the bulk of the claim that Hangman moved at the speed of light is because he said so. He's not that bright. He can't really make that assessment. If Alucard hadn't released all his familiars, all he needed to do was to keep attacking Dio, because Dio couldn't be able to kill Alucard enough to burn through all his familiars. Here's the thing: if you're talking about like the undead that he can raise, I mean, yeah, they still have the blood and everything, and Dio could feast on them. Here's the thing: it takes time for him to actually feast on blood, to regenerate him, and it's not an instant, win condition either. Because it takes time for him to consume somebody's blood and benefit from it, because it takes that amount of time, he would still be vulnerable. About the best that he could do is... Oh, shoot. The best that he could do is stop time and take the opportunity to suck a couple of the familiars dry, and that would restore him. But he would still be assaulted as soon as he comes out of time stop. He would still be assaulted by every other familiar there. You take away that bullshit power scaling of him moving at the speed of light, even if he still moves impressively fast, which I would go so far as to say that, yeah, he does have impressive speed and reflexes. But even with that in mind, he would still be susceptible to the familiar's attacks because, again, he is just weak enough that he can have his leg, you know, chopped off or be stabbed by what one could assume functions more like a, much like a steel rapier. I don't know. That's a little iffy because stand weapons and abilities. That's kind of, I mean, you have to be a stand in order to, you have to have a stand in order to damage another stand. That's, you know, that's perfectly fine. But if you're talking about whether the weapons they use work in the same way, that's different. Because if you look at, for example, a Whole Horse and Emperor, I mean, Emperor is basically a gun that shoots bullets. It's a gun that doesn't make any sense, but it still shoots bullets. Here, let's see. It's like the dumbest looking pistol ever. Yeah, so here's what Emperor, the gun, looks like. I mean, Whole Horse's fingers are sticking through it because he's just, you know, manifesting it. He would handle it like a real gun. I mean, I really hope I don't have to explain what's wrong with everything here. The fact that it's a revolver, yes. I mean, it has, you know, the hammer, but the ammo cylinder is not where it should be. It's at the base here, so these are where the bullets should be. It should be up here, but it's not. There's like this cutaway here, and I don't even know what's going on. Okay, so that's the gun. Okay, but it's like the bullets don't even seem to be that special. Well, the only thing special about the bullets is that they seem to be really, really slow. Hangman was able to like shoot a bullet at Polnareff and Silver Chariot, and that bullet was fast enough, apparently, that Silver Chariot could not deflect it. It diverted in mid-flight to avoid, you know, basically being deflected.
My spirit endures.
But it was still slow enough that Abdul, one of the other characters, was able to tackle Polnareff to the ground. Basically able to outrun the bullet, get to Polnareff, and tackle him to the ground before it hit him. And it took like several seconds for him to shoot like 6 bullets down a length of pipe that couldn't have been more than 300 feet, you know, away from the victim. And the victim still managed to dodge it unknowingly when he got his face sneezed into. Dio killed his stepbrother's puppy by burning it alive. Yeah, he killed Danny for he tricked one of the grounds workers into killing it by putting it into a box full of leaves, you know, and you know, it's just he realized too late. Oh my God, there's somebody or something in there, and later, Jonathan Joestar comes home and is like, oh my gosh, my dog is dead? Yeah, it seems like he might have gotten into the, you know, he might have been exploring and he got, you know, into the, the compost, you know, burner, and that's what happened. Oh man, could you imagine John Wick versus, John Wick versus Dio. I think John Wick could do it. I think John Wick could kill standless Dio.
Oh yeah, John Wick versus 007 is another one that I disagree with. Yeah, I mean, John Wick's who you say he's the one you sent to kill the fucking Pokemon. Baba Yaga. What would John's stand be if he had one? Ooh, I kind of like some of the answers that I'm reading here. Okay, so Google's AI said that if John Wick were a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure character, his stand would be named Bad Mood Rising, and it would basically be a shadow of himself that basically works the same way, but has perfect aim. And any bullets that it deflects, he would store his kinetic energy and redirect through martial arts strikes. But somebody also brought up another good point. If John Wick were a character in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and he had a stand, his stand could also be named Sex Pistols. Oh wait, no, Sex Pistols is Oh, yeah, okay. I'm reading that. Somebody said that that's a name that's already been taken. Somebody did say that another alternative would be him having a stand called Baba Yaga. Hey, that's okay, Axeman. I appreciate you coming in and talking stuff like that. And I appreciate the 76 months or 74 months of Prime. Thank you so much, for sticking around, being a mod, and and being there. It's been great, dude. But yeah, get yourself some sleep. Okay? Talk to you later, dude. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm leaning heavy. I don't know how the stand would operate, but it would definitely be named Baba Yaga.
Look at me! I'm killing a god!
The boogeyman is his bitch. Also his stand.
That was a waste.
Maybe they can take up gardening.
Oh. No. No, 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 no. No, I know exactly what John Wick's stand would be.
I need help.
I know exactly what it would be. John Wick's stand would still be named Baba Yaga, but
Spirits
it
of
would
the
be
wild
called
welcome you.
Baba Yaga number 2. And its form, it wouldn't be a dog, it wouldn't be a witch,
There approves of you.
it wouldn't
I
be a
can
gun.
feel her little tail wagging in my heart.
No. John Wick's stand would be a number 2 pencil. Now tell me that does not sound awesome. No, 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 don't. Okay, yeah, you guys can laugh. No, but seriously, could you imagine if his stand were a pencil? Oh, but how would the stand work, though? Okay, so what if the stand's ability was called Eat Lead, right? And what it does is that John uses it to draw a trajectory between himself and his opponent. And he can curve it around however he likes. And then the pencil fires the tip as a large caliber bullet to to basically take out enemies from behind cover. Oh yeah, so like he could draw a path there, and it works like Yondu's red arrow, where it just it's the path that he has set it to go through. And because it's a stand and it has some intangible capabilities, it can phase through some solid objects. So it has full armor penetration. Oh, that's so good. I like this idea. Because now you can't run and you can't hide from Baba Yaga. You can't hide from the fucking boogeyman. That is so genius. I love it.
You must visit more often. Good hunting.
Oh man, I've been neglecting my burger. I still have half of it left. It's cold and it's still good.
Good hunting.
Typical.
I once used a stand generator. I can't remember where it is now. And if I tried to look for it, I don't think I'd be able to find it. It was years ago when I was just getting into JoJo. And basically the idea was you put in a name, and it would give you, it would basically give you what the stand is and what its abilities are, out of like thousands of different options that, you know, that the creator had thought of, right? So I went and I put in Death Star from Tenacious D's Rise of the Phoenix album. Death Star spelled D-E-T-H S-T-A-R-R. And it didn't give me the name of the abilities, but it did give me what it is. And basically, upon activation, it's not a humanoid stand, it's a utility stand almost. It's an offensive utility stand. And basically, when activated, it allows the user to set a trap of any kind. It can be a tripwire, it can be a dead weight trap, it can be an explosive mine like a claymore. It can be a swinging pendulum trap, anything like that, right? It manifests a trap, and it activates, and it works that way. So it's a setup stand, right? And that just leaves it to me to name the stand. So I knew exactly what to name it. The stand's name is Death Star. Its ability is called It's a Trap. It's stupid, but goddamn does it work. A cold Burger King burger is good too. It is, because, you know, they got like the charbroiled, you know, thing going on. It's good. McDonald's burgers, I don't even like them when they're cold. The chicken sandwiches are actually kind of good though. They're like big chicken McNuggets, and they actually taste good. But at that point, you know, just... Son of a bitch. Got you. Oh, of course, the other thing too is that John Wick would still be able to use Baba Yaga the stand, like he does with any other pencil, and he could still kill people with it. He could use it as a physical weapon if he wanted.
Maybe you're strong enough to learn my tale.
Oh boy. There are some fast foods that you do need to you need to eat quickly, or else you missed out on your chance. McDonald's fries absolutely fall into that. Everybody says that McDonald's fries are like the best, and I get it. You know, when they're hot, you know, and you know, freshly cooked, they're like one of the best sides you can get in all of fast food. But as soon as they go cold, they're just inedible at that point. They're trash after like 30 minutes, exactly. So you need to get home immediately, and you need to like say, look, I'm gonna be sitting down, I'm gonna be eating these fries, because if I don't, you know, I will have wasted my money. Because you can't reheat those. You can't even do like the trick of, you know, frying them up again. It doesn't work. Because the moment they become cold, they get like...
to live in fear, in open defiance of a greater being.
They kind of turn like crumbly and waxy. They just don't taste good. They don't have a good mouthfeel. It's like you're coating the inside of your mouth with like oil.
It's the only way.
Not enough energy. Strong.
I better read something up here. I didn't need to do that.
on endurance. Refreshing. All new to me.
Please let this work. Yes, good. I only need to go down into the ice caves now just to... I only need to go down to the cave to get the skill point now. Because this works. I've unlocked 4 bases. Cool. I'm still stuck at 3 and I'm at 17.
Ho, traveler.
Okay, looks like I need to be a little ahead. There we go. Yeah, that's good.
You must visit more often.
It's not quite centered. You need to step a little forward in order to catch. Just unlock the 3rd myself. Cool. Are you in the multiplayer server? Ah, okay.
Low on endurance.
Up for a challenge?
I didn't unlock that. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just walk out.
Good hunting.
Turret tilt. Another fine example of engineering. Strong.
There we go. Sorry, I had to take a little bit of Motrin. I think... I don't know. I think I'll switch over to Palworld. Give me just a second. Okay, let me change the channel info. Okay. Nope, let's not do that yet. I need to build an item retrieval machine. Oh, also I streamlined my base design. Put basically all the manufacturers right here. They look better like this. And it gets them out of the way so I can put like other stuff over here. Okay, but I really need to make a base that gives me quartz, and there is one such location. But I'm afraid that if I do that, I'm going to have to give up my oil island, which I haven't set up because I'm not at a high enough level for it yet. But I think I'm going to have to. I don't want to, but I have to. I don't want to give it up because I feel like once I do, somebody's just going to swoop in and take it from me. Then I'll have to find some other place. Oh, give me a I'm just gonna... Fuck you. Get captured. Sell her to a black marketeer later. If she didn't want that happening, she shouldn't have fucking threatened me. I can help make a quartz quarry. That might be helpful, but I'm not at a high enough level to make it. I know where I can set up in order to get what I need. It's just going to take time. Gonna need a lot of mushroom. You know what? Let's get mushroom. Let's get some mushies.
Oh.
Got a few schematics for you to check. Hey, I'd be willing to look them over. Just be forewarned. Depending on what they are, I might try to merge them into better specs. I don't know. I probably wouldn't do that. Here you are, Don. Crossbow schematics. I don't know if I'm gonna need these. Are you gonna need these? Oh, no. You don't want to give me the growth acceleration belt schematic. Those are one of a kind, and that lets you build an accessory that increases the growth rate and experience gain of your pals. So if you ever want a power level like your pals, that's the best thing to have. Here, let me drop it again. All right, are you gonna want these back? Because I will hold off on like. Okay, I am asking because I may go through them and I may just sell the ones that I don't need, that I can't combine.
Yeah.
Here, so I can put the schematics in. Where's Sectera's belt schematic? Here, let me see what's that. I need refined ingots and ancient lava, which I don't have. The refined ingots I'm already making right now, but I don't have ancient lava. Oh, hey, didn't know you were back. Oh, Solen's, Helsiver Lux, and a katana. I was about to make this too, and now I don't have to. I appreciate it, dude. Alright, I can give you the Warsectera's belt, because I don't have Ancient Lava. I can give that back. Or I could wait for later to do that too. Where's she taking that? gonna need high quality. Yeah. That just clinches it. I'm gonna have to. Oh, jeez. So much cake. There's so much cake, it must be a Mewtwo. Thanks for the cakes, dude. That might actually help me with a project that I have going on base too, so I'll be sure to put them to good use. You can be assured they will be put to good use. Oh shit, okay. Yep, I'm good. Alright, I have to take a short break. I'll be back in 10 to 15. All right, we're back. Okay, everybody has food here. Oh, that took no time at all. Alright, let's see what we got here. Let's see. I don't want to have to do this, but I have to. Right now, the quartz is more valuable than those oil fields.
Yep.
Hopefully it hasn't been taken yet. God damn it! Fuck!
What?
Fucking knew it. There's nobody even here. Actually, this is starting to decay. It's unclaimed? Oh, this was yours? Did you find a better spot? should be able to chop it down then. Do you mind if I just, you know, go ham and break it down? Okay, if you're sure. Okay. Alright. Sorry if I, you know, kind of got a little irritated, because I had been eyeing this and I wasn't sure if I should have gotten the oil fields. Probably when I go back to them, those are going to be occupied, but I'll make do. It's just, this is the only quartz area that I really know of. I wish there was a way to pull back the camera so I could see. Let's see. Okay. Alright. I'll try. Try that. Okay, I'll keep those coordinates in mind then. Hopefully the island that I found the oil deposits on will stay that way. It'll stay. Hopefully it'll stay clear. I'll have to see though. Okay, so I think I'll turn this into my official quarry, and I'll phase out. I'll continue to use base 2, but I'll use that as a ranching base and bring the miners that are from base 2 over to here. Okay, so the first thing I need to do is I need to make a guild chest. Yeah, I might do that, but I'm not gonna race my way in terms of experience. I'm just taking it easy and exploring, and I'm enjoying the game. I'm not gonna power level my way up. So 50, 110. Okay. Oh no, just have a whole bunch of Anubises. Yes, yes, that is what I will do. Okay, and then I'll bring Jormuntide Ignis to cook, so that way I can prepare to set up a farm, a salad farm. Okay. Alright, this could work. See how much food you have. Oh no, I'm not saying that there's only ever been one time when you've been right. I'm just saying that you're not always wrong, and I think that you're more right than than you are wrong. Like for example, when you tell me that it is uh, not a good idea to declaw a cat, you're right. It's not a good idea to declaw a cat. It hurts the cat. So you're right. You know? Relaxaurus X. And Elsa for Lux. Ah, it's just showing off. Uh, I need to get a Mimog. Okay, I need just a simple farm, really.
What?
Okay. Let's start with... Okay, need a feed box. Flame orchids. Okay, this should be enough to help get started. Right, there we go. build an electric kitchen. Need to make a power generator first. Nah, it's okay. I appreciate the gesture, but nah, that's not necessary. I'll figure something out if somebody manages to take it ahead of time. Okay. Alright, here's some nice open space. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay, lettuce seeds. Never mind. You got that before I did. Okay, what did I get? Easy. Lettuce and tomato seeds. What are those coordinates? Oh, Fisherman's. Okay, yeah. Alright, let's see if they actually sell them there.
Hey. Hmm.
Okay, have enough. Oh. And I'm doing it to myself again. There we go. Does that work? Let's see how many we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, you know, if I really want to make it fun,
What?
There. Hmm. Try it again. I love how Masanda uses just a tiny ass hammer. It's so goofy. Okay, yeah, and I will still be able to use that. Okay, now I need to start building production facilities. So coal, ore. Okay. Well, aren't you a happy little tree? Let's make sure you remain that way. Yeah, it looks like it's working. They're picking up the stuff, and they're not dropping them. They're teleporting them directly in. Okay. The petal dragon I gave you is one of the best watering and planting pals. Yeah, she's over at the ranch. Well, what I have made into the ranch now. Is there anything else I want to do? Foods. Okay, I should. A lot of wide open space here. Now, you know what? I think this is good. I just need to put some better beds over to the side, plus bigger beds. So this entire area here should be... the recreation area.
Yeah.
Okay. I need to check something.
I need to make sure the channel info did change. Yes.
Wah.
Threaten me and my pals? I will gladly sell you into slavery.
Yeah.
Get him, big guy. Holy shit. Oh, they're coming down. I just don't think they're coming down here. Oh, wait. One of them's... oh, yeah. How am I with power? Like electricity generation? I'm fine. I got that handled. I should set more pals to transportation. Beacon and Port Sector actually really good transportation.
All right, Don. Thanks for coming to the stream. Have a great night, dude. am I even doing that?
Yeah.
All that just for 14 wool? Or 14 high quality cloth? Yeah, I know it got a little bit quiet. I wouldn't say I lost all my energy though. I'm just, hanging out. Not sure what to talk about either. Okay, chest settings. We are going to uncheck everything except ammo, production goods. I'll just take the ammunition here. Yeah, sure. Just as long as it strays into, you know, as long as it covers work-safe topics. Oh yeah, that's one you've been wanting me to do for a while. I'd be glad to. All right, I need to find some rampaging predators. Yes, that is right. That's where this has all been going. Well, the thing you have to understand about Rook is that she's always scared. She puts on a tough face, you know, specifically because she's scared. There we go. That looks a bit more aligned. Oh wow. Okay. Maybe. Maybe stop breeding for a little bit. I better get those two off each other right now.
What? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can deal with that. That's fine. I should make an aid station for doctor's visits. Would she be capable of fearing something like that? Yeah, but in the sense that she would think that she's in over her head. Yeah, you're fine. Noble, conceited. Getting a lot of brittle and sickly ones. I think the best way to put it would be that Rook would not be like curl up into a. She would not do like a curl up into a fetal position and cry, type of fear. But there may be moments where she will be paralyzed with fear, where she's just not used to the situation. Alright, we probably have a big Gobfin in this one. Workaholic, infinite stamina, positive thinker. Yeah, not what I'm looking for. sulfur needs to be in there. Okay, I need to go through all my gobfins and see which ones. Okay, we need any of them that have noble. Okay. Let's see. Here we go, noble. Okay. 4. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, those will be the moments that almost get her killed, but, you know, she'll get out of that at the last second. And after it happens a couple times, she'll realize I can't, you know, rely on luck. I have to face this head on. Oh, you don't even need that. We'll find something to replace brittle. Oh, there you go. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. You know what? That's fine. We are naming them the business partners. They're all loan sharks, you see. And the idea behind this is that they increase my attack by 10% each. It stacks, which is, crazy. Also, what also stacks is the Fine Furs and Noble traits. So the more of these that I have, the more of a discount I get. So for Fine Furs, I get a 3% sales difference. And with Noble, I get a 5%, which works out to 8%. 8 times 5 is 40%. So I think I sell for 40% more, and I get items for 40% less. Let's check and see. Oh yeah. The high quality pal oil and aquatic pal fluids are normally 200 gold. Now they're 180. They've been reduced in price. I don't know if that's 40% though. So 40% increase on the items that I sell, and a 40% discount on the items I buy. Yep, there we go. Okay, now I just gotta find a black marketeer. Oop. I don't know if Yacha do spare prey if given such a good challenge from a worthy prey. They can. I'm taking the Batman vs. Predator stories as canon for at least their behavior. So in situations where they might be defeated, like capture, or there are other situations where they're like basically forced to surrender, they will basically let their prey go.
What?
Or if a Yacha decides that the prey is either more trouble than it's worth, or they're so impressed with how well they're holding up that they get it into their heads. They basically get into their heads, hey, you know what? It would actually be a shame if I killed this prey, because I wouldn't want to remove like someone so strong, like a warrior or a hunter like him or her. Oh yeah, I'm doing this. they didn't want this happening, they shouldn't have fucked with me. And that'll give me 259,000. Damn. Okay, just made a lot of gold. Yeah, you'd have to give it some thought as to what, you know, they ultimately let her walk away with. Sky's the limit, you know. The sky's the limit there. Maybe she could be... Maybe they give her, like an old lightsaber. Not like the dark saber or anything like that, but like a genuine... Like a genuine weapon that, you know, she'll make use of. Or a Force War Sword, even. You know what? Actually, before I do anything else... "100 species." Cool.
Hey. Oh.
It's a happy-ass spark kit. I need 50. Okay, 50.
What? Yeah.
Is there a PAL merchant here? Oh, I think I see them. Son of a... Okay. Okay, just use the triggers, not the bumpers.
A lightsaber would be a good idea. But I think a war sword would be more her speed. Ugh. Let's see. Great. Where are they coming from now? Stupid ants. Those could just be stray ants. Okay, I'll pass on that then, for now. It's this over here. Okay, if I can just get to that island, I should be able to find a fast travel point.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
I need to update my fishing rod.
Siren Nacht. Ooh, there we go. If I could just find one more. Okay, see the fast travel point up ahead. Another idea, the one with Syrian County Xenomorphs, wondered if any of her siblings could be in it, being the one who saves her from IOC presenting ultimatum. Not all of her other siblings are pains in the asses, but they're not force sensitive either, so. Probably Elysia. But we can discuss that, you know, whenever you're ready. I should get a Mimog. The only thing that it can do is just transport, but it does it well. It's fast. I need to actually catch one though, and that's the tricky part. trap. Okay, I think I'm worried about nothing in particular. It's yeah, there's just like it's like maybe a couple of ants, and I think they just got separated from the rest of the hive, so they're just scouting out, or they may have just gotten cut off entirely. Seem to remember there being a lot of them in this area. So let's go hunting. Hello. Ah, stretching out, okay. Oh, I think I hear a rampaging monster somewhere. We can take this one. Thought I would get more predator cores. Ooh. Whoa, hold on. This is actually a better location than the one that I have. This one actually has sulfur. The issue is that the ground is uneven, but it's not a huge deal. I'm gonna keep my my current base. This is not a bad idea to come by every once in a while for a little extra resource generation. Bronze Cherry Aqua. Level 53. I think I'll leave him alone. Very regal and impressive. Level 35. We can do this. I think it's a good idea. When you're ready to, go into more detail, closer to time when want me to work on this, we can talk about it a little bit more.
Yep.
You still have plenty. I'm just saying you still have plenty of time to decide what it is you want. Wait. No, that's not it. I thought that was some. It's not. What if instead of the free PAL Alliance, they were called the Free Unleashed PAL Alliance? I think that would be the best idea, to rename them like that. Because then they could be FUPA. Oh, jeez. I've been to this tower before then. I need to find that that temperature undershirt that I found the last time. I think that was in the desert though. Sacred Realm of Esoteric. Oh. It's a larger Lunaris. Getting close to the end of the stream. If I could get a Meebog, that would really help me out. Trouble is, I don't know where to find one reliably. They seem to just spawn anywhere. You know what? Let me go ahead and okay, we are looking for up here. Let's get right over there. And then we'll just cross the sea in Jormuntide. And hey, if we're lucky enough, we can even pick up Sekhmet on the way. It's so majestic. Damn it. Oh, that did not work out in my favor. Phew. I had to get out of there. It's midnight anyways. Oh, I tried my best. I really did. Just wasn't enough. And all right, put that in there. just gonna have to focus on some other stuff for the time being. Yeah, that's gonna be it for tonight's stream. I hope you guys enjoyed watching some Guild Wars 2 and some Palworld. No, it wasn't, terribly exciting, but hey, got to midnight, so got to talk a lot about things that I like to talk about. Alright, I'll pick up the stream tomorrow starting between 4 and 6 and going on till 10, so... Oh wait, going on till midnight because it's a Saturday. So I hope to see you guys there. It'll be some Peak, which I will be playing with Kiba. So tune in if you guys want to watch, but for now, you guys take care of yourselves, you have a great night. I will see you guys next time.